That was pretty horribly. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Grace of Chronicles, the first game, which is called The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. That's the name of the first game. The first game in the package of 2. The other one is called The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So, yeah. So... Actually, I'll turn that down just a little bit. I aim to complete the game today. That is what I intend to do. Hopefully, I will have enough energy to get through it all. Admittedly, I am running on very little sleep, yet again. I know. My response is, please don't mention it. Actually, I'm mentioning it, so, don't judge me, please. I am shortening my lifespan every single day. Actually, hold on. I just realized that I should probably put a fan on. Hold on, one moment. There we are. That's the stuff. Okay. So, where we left off. We were in the courtroom. We had just identified a new key witness, the suspected actual culprit, none other than that JoJo man himself. I wish I could change his voice. I don't know to what though, but I think what I've settled on so far is kind of like, eh. Oh well, we'll see. Maybe it'll naturally evolve as we go. Alright, so as far as I know, there are 2 parts left. Part 3 and Part 4 of this trial. I've only been really looking at the spoiler-free walkthroughs that just break it down into sections. So I've just been trying to read the headlines of the sections to try to get a feel for how much of the game is left. So yeah, hopefully this will all go down in a single, all tonight. It should be all right. Ah, Gina. How are you holding up? Always with that expression. Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? You saw it? That picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't think I'm still. You can't still think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Windybank's place. I had to know.
If Iris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles?
I know it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Windybank's?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick... I had no idea all that was... Ugh, Jesus.
I'm having trouble with Cockney today.
I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I?
It's not even Cockney anymore. It's God.
I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you light in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick. And that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I know what.
You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The manuscript. Have you got it here?
Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you?
Oh wait. This is still Gina.
Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
Hound of the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What will I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there, alright. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't alone after all. He did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me, there's some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about.
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when...
Oh, those shots are very close to each other.
I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think, almost at the same time. And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Weeniebank might come for you?
Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured it might put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Weeniebank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer.
A little longer. God, this Cockney switching is so... Ugh. I'm sorry.
Runo's about to put the real culprit to the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nardo?
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trot off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off Doug for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Runo.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Runosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar.
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Horace. You know you better than you think.
Oh wait, was that Renosuke who said that? Yes, sorry. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Mr. Nardo, I...
Defendant Gina Lestrade and the legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Sato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. He means Kazuma. Kazuma was his partner. Now we're back with these witnesses too?
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's practice of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report was a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Why is she being so threatening?
My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. It's true, she does make weapons. So now he's just with the rest of them?
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
God damn it.
Gladly, my lord. Gladly.
This guy. This Jojo of a guy. He's such a Jojo. Holy shit.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I've completely messed up how this is supposed to go. I'm supposed to press every statement. What the heck am I thinking?
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe.
Objection!
Tell me, what made you...
Objection! The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Blah blah blah. Serious suggestion included with thugs breaking into place on the night of the murder. Have you seen these two men before?
This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say...
No intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Hold it. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions.
You're able to prove that.
Objection! Objection! Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Hold it! Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such.
But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants.
Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by...
Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective.
So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Now, who was it that... Okay. What was this guy's name? Totally forgot his name. Anyway, what statement is this? Second from last? I'll need to remember to press this again later.
The counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he?
This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Hurley and I know what we're doing.
The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving.
Granted, it is a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East.
Shots fired at Japan again. Something riled him there, just for a moment. Mr. Graydon let his feathers get ruffled.
But a souvenir is all it's good for.
Scaramouche detect. You know, I know the word Scaramouche only via that Queen song, Bohemian Rhapsody, because that word is in the song lyrics, but I don't know what it means. Perhaps someone in the comments will be able to leave me a helpful definition later on. Unless I can remember to just look it up myself. After the stream. Homebrewed tincture can be hardly taken as serious evidence. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Right. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
I need to find a way of getting more information out of this man somehow. When compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child.
Or perhaps the Skulkin brothers might be the key here.
Oh. Could they be somehow?
Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, you'll be free to leave.
I know. I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again and see if there's any way I can make one of them tell us more.
Hold it!
We're gonna go to this statement and wait for the pursuit. Alright. A great detective, you say? Just run on the rail with fairy tales, are we? Hey!
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had enough to hear with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. God damn it. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Eh? God blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Eh? Me thoughts? Don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waved his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, hell's bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
You fucking idiot. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by the bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts.
I'm going to continue holding my arm, though.
Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. So obviously for the court in front of everyone to see. No, I refuse.
You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves.
Oh, even he can do a slam.
Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy, or of my privacy.
Privacy? I think they'd say privacy. I don't know.
As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Really? Hold it. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection! Objection! No, you were there to redeem an article.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, we have another pursuit now? Okay, well, we'll revisit that in just a second. Sorry.
You must be confusing me with somebody else. Another dancing JoJo man. I wasn't there for any such purpose.
But the redemption ticket.
That won't get you anywhere, Runo.
Iris, what do you mean?
Mr. Windybank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets, so you can't prove the ticket was his.
Ah, of course, she's right.
I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there.
Irrefutable evidence. Alright. Wait a minute. Was all that different? That's all you're gonna see in the matter, is it? What do you think, Runo? Think it's no intention? Maurice is better. That's all the same. Okay, here we go. This is where it got a little different. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what a tiny scrap of information could... Or, you never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Well, first off... let us pursue the bit with... Gregson. Yes, let's pursue Gregson.
Objection! Is that right?
Man, Gregson's voice is so different from what I came up with him, it jars me. Because now it's in my head, the voice that I gave him. Anyway, pursuit. Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Hey? Come again, sunshine?
You're there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks.
Yes, of course.
Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly. Which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? Okay, so back to this, but let's be a little more, yeah, I'm gonna look through this a little more carefully. All thanks to Skulkins. Alright. Core record it is then. Alright, so this is obviously the statement that we have to refute. What do we have on hand that would actually refute it? The name is not on this stuff. The music box disc. Well, he's already tried to discount the blood stuff. I don't know if bringing up the blood stuff again would be the right move here. Wait, have I not read or have not looked at this yet? The Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hilly's forbidden me to publish it.
No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title?
Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is
perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something?
Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos.
I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name, too. Oh, calling yourself a friend to Sholmes, huh? Okay. Why do they let me examine this in this way if there's only one node of exploration? That's strange. I find it really weird that this is a 3D model when I can only... There's only one thing about it to search. Well, there's nothing else. Okay, whatever. The McGilded case notes. Maybe there's something here. No. Today's paper. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. And then that espionage stuff about the rest of everything. The autopsy for Windy Bank. Austero anterior bullet wound to the heart. Is the word posto anterior gonna be important somehow? Crime scene photographs wouldn't help. Windy Bank's gun. The Skulkin brothers' gun. The photograph of Gina. The photograph of the post-shooting. A stereoscope. Music box disc. Metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. A smear of blood on it turned green when analyzed. Sholmes' pouch, and the third bullet. Causes the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. Alright, well... I'm not quite sure where I'm going with this next move. But I know I have to present something here. Relevant bits might include blood samples, or perhaps the music box disc on its own. I don't know what else could prove his need to, or his, having to do with the pawnbroking establishment. Because he wanted that music box disc so much. And it's also why Gregson is so reluctant to talk. Because the music box disc is apparently a big deal. If I'm not mistaken. So, let's start off with the blood samples portfolio, see if that does anything.
Objection!
Nope. Mr. Graydon, we've made a very careful analysis here, and among the blood samples in this portfolio is one that matches your blood exactly.
Objection!
Objection. My learned friend is free to analyze the evidence in any way he sees fit. But the court is free to disregard the results. Meaning? As I have said many times already, this detective's plaything has no sway in the courtroom, and his lordship has ruled accordingly on the matter.
Right.
This will not do, counsel. The jury will disregard this so-called evidence. Mr. Graydon, please continue with your testimony. Very well.
He was definitely there at the scene that night. I'll just have to find another way of proving it. Okay, at least it didn't dock me. How then about the music box disc?
Objection!
Yep, that's the one. Ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
Why? This is supposed to mean something.
This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Yes. Yes. Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious. Indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Nah, it ain't that easy, come on.
Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon. Mr. Grudon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say?
It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who burned to a fiery crisp 2 months ago? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same.
Apologies for any commotion that you hear, folks. It's garbage day tomorrow, so everyone's taking out their garbage for the garbage day.
Good lord! Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct.
Oh my god.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. Or again.
I never know how they actually say it. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? Isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, will you commence your cross-examination, please?
There's a note from McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Hold it! Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? Or would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claim that was your overcoat?
Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy gutterling on the day in question. Hold it! So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Objection. Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windy Banks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Objection! My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. You are indeed a font of nonsense. Counsel, will you refrain from conjecturing in this way? Or, counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Proceed at once to the shop in order to explain my situation, redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windy Banks before?
Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoyed browsing in such establishments. So, when you had noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick-purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Oh, so Gregson has more to say.
That's what the inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes.
And flamboyant poses. In other words, no reason to break into the shop later the same night. Hold it! But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Well, then that's a statement. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windy Banks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
Police were obviously after anything left behind by Mr. McGilded as well. Or by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy's been very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Taken by the police. Wasn't this the one where Gregson piped up?
Is that right?
The police are collecting anything as a connection to Mr. McGillet as evidence. Is that right?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Matt Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out they were not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
No reason to break in the shop later that same night. Of course, the disc was taken by the police. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Lying in his testimony. Belongs to him. Redemption ticket was stolen from you by the accused on the day in question. What do I have in evidence I could have used to... this one says pawnbroker's ticket. Form some handwritten notes on the back of the photograph. Redemption ticket. Wait, this might actually be worth noting for later. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. I actually don't remember if that's exactly what happened during the trial or not, but anyway. Autopsy report. Where's the one where he got riled up? Mm-hmm. Was it this one?
Hold it! Objection! Objection!
Okay, this is one about conjecture.
Hold it!
Alright, let's go. Winnie Banks are 4.
Hold it!
Disc was taken by the police.
Is that right?
Snagged a thumb. In other words, no reason to bring to the shot later the same
Hold
night.
it!
Bruno, you have some evidence.
That's right. Okay. What were we just talking about in this bit? Nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Nothing this man might have been after. What would he have had otherwise? There's the story, there's paper. Red hand recorder, red hand recorder. Anything on this desk that was supposed to correspond to McGilded? I'm a little confused about that. Uh-huh. I'm gonna save right here. Okay. Then Gina forced to take the ticket. Okay.
Hold it!
Whoops. Actually did not mean to do that. I meant to go back a statement, but I hit the shoulder button instead. Oh well. So this is definitely a statement to present on, though. Okay, so disc is no longer there. But what if McGilded's was still in the shop, though? What did it say? Pawnbroker perishes, paper flutter, awful. Now we've been through this. Okay, all that's for nothing. Sensational story, miss you all. Okay, that's all stuff that we had already seen. This is a bullet that was fired from Skulkin Brothers gun the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to the thick leather that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Oh, never mind. We've already talked about that before. Okay. Okay. No reason to break into the shop later that same night, but I guess this is the only thing of note in the shop that still had, like, that might have been, like, interesting and crazy. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark here and see if he knows about it. Because I don't think we've established that he knows about this yet.
Objection!
No. Clear out this piece of evidence, and then it's just generic. I'm sorry, counsel, I don't feel this is a connection. Okay, I'll read that out.
I'm sorry, counsel, but I fail to see the connection. And for heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look you're wont to wear?
That's the only panic-stricken look I know. Alright. Well, let's just take some shots in the dark, and once we find out what it is... wait a minute, what was this? Nope, that has nothing, no bearing on the case. Is there anything? I mean, if it's not about the blood anymore, there might be, one of these pictures might correspond. Let's see.
Objection!
Nope.
There's clearly something odd here today. Blah.
I think these are the same stock ones that come from, like, different trials. Yeah, I think it's all that stuff. Let's try again. It's not that. I mean, it's the coat. Oh, are we supposed to show the coat saying, like, obviously it fits Gina, but not you, you idiot? Let's see.
Objection!
Nope. Alright. But wasn't that either. Okay, I saved that in an inopportune time. I should get in front of the statement and then save again. Okay, so we've ruled out all that stuff. Well, they've already tried to discount the ticket, but let's see.
Objection!
No. Da-da-da. Yeah, those are the generic ones. No other reason to get into the same shop that night. No, nothing to that. But the music box disc was already taken by the police. What about the music box? Crud. All that stuff didn't work. Should I just take a shot in the dark with the paper?
Objection!
No. Okay, so that didn't work either. The McGilded case notes?
Objection!
No. Alright, this is just trial and error now. Good old safe scumming. Let's go. No reason to bring to the shop later that night. Case notes didn't work. Wait, what did it say here? Illegal presentation. That paper didn't do any good.
Objection!
Nothing with the autopsy report. Darn.
Objection!
Nothing about the third bullet. I've already tried presenting the disc. What about the post-shooting photograph?
Objection!
No. I'm so lost. What could it be? We've already done the one for the ticket, or one of the box, but I don't think that's really even of much relevance. And I'm starting to lose track of which ones I've tried already. Man. No reason to break into the shop.
Objection!
Yeah, Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, darn. What am I supposed to do?
Objection!
Representation papers? No. Well, okay. How about this? Let me press it again. Okay, nothing in McGilld's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. If you have some evidence, let him have it. So this is the right statement. Hmm. First, Brett and Gina. Police are obviously after anything left behind by McGill did as well. Hmm.
Objection!
Okay. This isn't working. Hmm. No reason to break in a shop that same night.
Objection!
No.
Hold it! Is that right? Excuse me!
Something wrong, Inspector. We've done this before. Hmm. Well, we've already been through this. We're retreading all this stuff that we've already seen before. Okay. Let's start from scratch again.
Objection!
Wait, what? Why? Hold on, what did I just... Pawnbroker's ticket for the box. A redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. Wait, for what box? What was this? I don't even remember what this was originally. Oh no. Okay, well, we lucked on it. Whatever. This disc was deposited at Windybanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Objection? Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGill had another article in Pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, "one small box."
Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box?
I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection! Objection. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. One of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGildy's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 PM on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have two pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something might have been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking.
Ah, I'm doing the cross-eyed thing again, and there is a piece that sticks out a little bit.
I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, Counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Huh. This is an odd way to go. Alright. I'm gonna assume that using a piece of evidence is the thing we need to do here because we have the stereoscope in our inventory. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, Counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you to identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Why, Mr. Stereoscope, of course.
Take that!
I like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eye compulsion.
You're number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Score some fucking goals. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Oh, so it actually visually represented it on screen. Cool. Oh, that was a stray hit by my finger. Sorry there. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, Counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Really? They make us point out this big glowing thingy? Whatever.
Take that!
Take that! Granted, these two prints are almost identical.
However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different: the location of this small box.
Let me... wait. Unbelievable.
I like how he keeps looking at it. Oh, and the judge too.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Mr. Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Objection. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Ah, shit. No, you're right. It changes nothing. I chose that I was just pressing A. I don't know if this is the right answer or not. Eh? Is that a smile on Mr. Graydon's lips? Wait a minute. What am I saying? Of course it changes things. Or so I thought at first. But actually, I'd say it changes everything. Well,
it's changed your mind, certainly, and that capricious behavior earns you a penalty, my learned friend.
I really should have thought that through better. Well, man, that sucks. I don't want to save scum just for that, but...
But counsel, if nothing was stolen and all that happened was that this box was moved slightly, how can that possibly alter the state of affairs here in the courtroom now?
It's weird that they issue a penalty... Oh, okay. It's weird that Van Zieks can issue me a penalty when the judge is still, like, in disbelief over my assertion that it does change things. That's crazy. Anyway. The crucial point is the fact that Let me start again. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windybanks as we speak.
Objection!
Objection. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
I love when the judge takes my side because it's reasonable. Oh shit. He's smiling. He's still smiling though. That ain't good. I don't like that.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society upon were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGilder was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbroker, eh?
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand and testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Have Gina testify, is what I think. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish.
Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there is only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean...
I know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Or you have little credibility to lose.
Wow, what a jerk.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Oh boy. Here we go. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that brickmaker Cole was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slots. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it.
The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was brought to the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget their lawyer from the east. They were all in it together.
You're wrong, the lawyer, Mr. Nardo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? One operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Nardo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
The judge is just getting angrier and angrier as I voice him. Brickmaker Cove. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in a storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I had a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
When the Irishman dragged me out on a seat, saw that disc on the floor. Oh, is this new?
Hold it!
I think that's new. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
Told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noted. Wait, hold on. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Scream from over her head. Parent on the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilda got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back on the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilda and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
That's when the driver was given a bribe.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Wait, that pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Jesus.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Or that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slips his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Wienerbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Threatened not to snitch, not say nothing to no one about what seen or heard. Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I wouldn't be able to scalp if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'll have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilder have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all.
There would seem to only be one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilder had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Okay, time to press. Hold it. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time. Oh wait, no, we already did all the pressing, duh. Were there any moments in which there was a pursuit? I don't think I saw any pursuits. Okay, hold on. Press on statement. I suppose I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange? Alright, let's say I start I do this. Is there anything I can do? I've never tried this before. So it is kind of intriguing to see if, like, can you just accuse someone out of nowhere or, like, stop them mid-testimony just even though they're not having the exclamation point over their heads?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. There's something I'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson, Mr. Graydon. Inspector, Mr. Graydon.
Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack?
You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. Think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got him? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Or thinking ain't no crime.
But Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Eh? Ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord, who said that?
My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located as ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Alright, let's see it. Where is it? A mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Chapter break. Alright, one more chapter. One more chapter. I need to stand up for just a minute so I can get some blood pumping through my legs, because I am sleepy as heck. But I want to finish this game, so I'm gonna. Alright. I'm gonna stand up, stretch a little bit, get myself a drink. I'll be right back. Give me just a couple of minutes. Just a cue, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sorry, everybody. Be right back. Hold on. Hi everybody, we're back. Sorry for the wait. Note to self. Go through all of the YouTube video descriptions once I'm done with this game, and provide some timestamps for skipping ahead with things like this. I need to make sure I do that sometime. It's gonna take a bit of work to look for it, but I feel like I really should. I'm gonna try. Alright. Back in there. Last chapter, last part, let's go. Alright. There's a little box.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, hello. The heck is that?
It's a music box! Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Sorry. Let me adjust my mic stand a little bit.
Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
How so?
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It is not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim on the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
Oh, the hand up. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Hold that! Hold it! Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Like, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property and... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. You can't...
It cuts. Sometimes when there's an automatic cutoff, I don't have enough time to get to it. It's unfortunate, but oh well, what can you do?
But it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
That's a good take from him, with all the chips flying around.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Oh, that disc is tiny. I thought for sure it was way bigger than that. Because look at the, like, based off the thumbprint, right? Oh my god, it's Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. If that were true, then the disc should not look what the disc looks like right now, I don't think. Unless every tooth on the mechanism was the same length. Is there a way to verify that? Can I see that in the... No, I can't see that right here. If all the teeth are the same length, then this still makes sense. But if it's a traditional music box where the teeth are, you know, corresponding to different notes, then there should only be a single ring on the disc that is triggering the same note to play over and over again. We'll see.
Mr. Grayton. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken? It can't be, can it?
Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but... is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Okay, considering the fact that I was docked for, you know, an earlier choice, I find I'm now suddenly a little indignant about being asked these sorts of questions at all. They're kind of like the, hey, will you take the quest? Yes or no at the beginning of an RPG, and of course you have to say yes to progress, but it's like the game is penalizing you for saying no when it really shouldn't even give you a choice. It just shouldn't. That's what I say. Anyway, I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord. Relevancy? Relevance? But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. It's as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... well, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Morse code, but just on the off chance I'm way off base, because that has happened to me before, I'm just gonna say it's not supposed, or I'm gonna save before I say it's not supposed to be music at all. Bam! Just because this is a music box, or just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection! Objection! The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, how about telling us what it am? I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me.
I don't know what the answer is yet.
Runo,
That animation that Ryunosuke just did is so funny. Like, he does a slow turn and the mouth opening slightly.
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Wait, hold on. What is this design? Huh. Can't quite see, like, the thing that usually makes the sounds in a music box are the teeth, and I saw them earlier. I hope I can get a closer look at the box to, like, turn it around in my hand. I'd like to understand how they designed this model. This, like, just what they had in their head. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Come on, it sounds exactly like Morse code. Come on.
Ah. Could it be?
Is that what these sounds are? Yes, Ryunosuke.
Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Yeehaw! The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Hold on. Let me look through my court record and see what it is. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on the music box. I don't have anything that says telegraph on it, right? The only thing I have is the autopsy report. Oh, I mean the paper, which about the foreign agency stuff. It's about the communication stuff, no? I don't have a telegraph machine in my court record. I feel like this is the closest thing I get because it's about the foreign agencies and spying and stuff. Let's see.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas for Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say... Is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code?
But... I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Oh, I totally flubbed that line. All the spit got built up in my mouth. Hold on, let me take that one more time. There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Better. A little bit better.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Yes, that's what we're saying exactly.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
So much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Because Russians are violent people. And very strict. Is his implication.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word.
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. So much spinning. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Objection! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious? Dang. That's a word I don't know. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You got to let us have a rabbit in pork there, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
I like that extra lean they do at him.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
This is kind of chaotic.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. do, Governor? What's up?
I take it that you now admit to the crime. That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did.
Quieten down, please.
Quieten? That's a weird word to just break out out of nowhere. Is that even a thing?
What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, huh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Alright. I want to take a look at that court record bit right now. What is this? An extra button. The red jewel does nothing. The lid does nothing. So, man, I wish I could zoom. Alright. First, the mechanism. Or the top part. Oh, this is a mechanism. This is a mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc on... Well, this is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well,
What does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. All right, so that's great because I theorized this exact design. The fact that it's all the teeth on the comb are the same length, thereby producing the same noise or tone. That's awesome. Called it. What's down here? Oh.
What is it, Runo?
I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Alright, I had to suddenly sneeze. Let's see what's going on here. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So, this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. You know what a great song is that only has two tones in it? Robots FTW, or Robots for the Win from Portal 2. Look it up. It's just two notes. Well, part of it is just two notes. But it's fun because it makes you dance. Makes you want to dance. Well, okay then. This is interesting. Can I remove this thing and put it to something else? Wait a minute. Was that new dialogue? See how before Mr. McGill the disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Winniebanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. Just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Yes, we kind of have. I just did this completely out of order, and I looked at everything before I looked at the most obvious thing. Typical of me and how I play games. Well, okay then. That's how the music box goes. Oh, right. Sorry. They were in the middle of testimony. Mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff on the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5?
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So, had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered.
Oh, enciphered. I kind of like that way better than encrypted. Then again, it makes you sound like you're from the Matrix. Anyway.
Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating. He must hate this juror right now.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. They're not?
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent and listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. Or ha ha ha.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson? Here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. That this is not Morse code.
No!
Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future.
Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Objection. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh. Da-da-da-da-da.
Got it!
Got it!
Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens.
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Now that "and" was a little too emphasized.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well,
I can't. At the moment. Or I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that, as a witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. It looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded, was it not? I have no relation to the man. What do we have in terms of, like, family or things like that? Post-shooting photograph. Oh wait, all that was was a single press, wasn't it? That's kind of crazy. Huh. Yeah, we did all that, and wow, okay. Back to pressing. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded, was it not? No relation. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the next meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all he done was break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was popping over for a nutter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
Let me stop you right there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Well, the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Enough. Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery.
Oh, that's blooming nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it. Two can play that game. Well, I ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoke to him before in my life. Never even seen him. Never knows, never.
Good grief, such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom.
Well, all I'll say is this.
If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar. And that was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. And that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why wasn't Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell you.
In any case, if they know the real person, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon on the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Only there's some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those 2 brothers. I know that Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those 2 brothers. Okay, sorry. My brain tripped up for a second. Mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal. Produced by music box, aren't code. Low class, blah 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 blah. Alright, I didn't mean to do that. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Alright, now we're starting to get officially into the old case. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Okay. Conviction was assured through everyone's testimonies. However, a surprise fourth witness says unacquittal due to insufficient evidence. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna save...
Hold it!
Let's start skimming. Okay. Darn it. Oh shoot. Sorry. Hold on just 1 second. I'll be back in just a minute. In a short amount of time. I won't even change the screen. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm back again. Music box aren't even Morse code. No relation to the man. Dang it. All right. Man, I keep wanting to hit B to make the text come up, but then B also goes back during this mode, so sometimes I end up jumping around by accident. Yeah. Let's see these press statements one more time. My brain no working right now. Okay, Mr. Grain told them. That's it. Who else? Silly me thought it was popping for an honor. Dolly Jaw. Oh, damn it. Alright, well, I need to go back to that statement and repress it. Because, yeah, I needed to get Ringo to... Let's press you one more time. This might be the worst part of witness testimony in this game, in my opinion. Like, looking for the pursuit opportunity. Like right here. If you miss it, then you have to do it again. It sucks. Alright. Excuse me. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Act? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
And your brother was testifying just now. He said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
Well, he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Miverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the geez asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention? Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Let's add it. Why not?
My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Melverton and Skulkin's milk run.
Oh, them were the dice.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Farm-grown fish is what came to mind immediately in my sleepy stupor. What a weird stream of consciousness thing that came up. Alright, suppose since we're here I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? Let's save right here. Right, they're talking about their little business with the milk and the locals. Just elaborate on the business model, maybe. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right?
So, when we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. Well, with us, we promised to deliver milk for half the price all the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Go on, Bennett. Lay off your rocker. We have nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A dodal, right? I don't know what that word means. I think he meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just a honest bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah. Ash always has had an Ed in a book where we was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in.
Oh, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only going to become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter. One of the keys missing handwriting to cause examination here. Could be those two. Yeah. So for all that and the pursuit, we got this the milk run thing. Milverton and Skulkin's Mill Run. Go down with the dice. Let's see. Did we press this already? I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Yeah. Yeah, we did just do that. Okay, what about the business name then? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have to work that one out. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Objection. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Oh wait, but Ash will always be Milverton to us. Make Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Do we have a new recommendation? Let's save here. Because I don't know exactly where this is all going. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I've been reading out this new conversation. Oh wait, no. This is all the same as before. Hmm.
Hold it!
Hmm. Okay, so we did find out that Ashley Milverton was once his name. Anything else in this thing that says Milverton on it? Ah. So the case notes are the ticket now. Alright, so let me save this. I have no relation to the man. Ah, here we go. Oh yeah? You're not related, are you?
Objection!
I did it. I am, like, my brain is falling apart when I can't just read aloud. When I have to think, my brain's just shutting down. Oh no. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Wait, I should reread that differently. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why'd you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't her surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh, he doesn't fall. Catches his balance. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in the legal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Wait a minute. I missed a line. Collaborate with your father, Mr. Mason, in legal dealings with Mr. McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
and a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other, you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkgillen brothers and broke them into pawnbrokery. Wait, sorry. The other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather
ingeniously demonstrated to be using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were able to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Sir. There appears to be blood there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the third and final bullet, I think... Wait. The final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
You got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort.
Okay. Sorry. Still need to get the shakes out. As God's my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. That's all stuff that Graydon was saying. Okay. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is...
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the two firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Graydon.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. I like how he's not even pointing at him. Who said hold it? Oh, jeez. Not you again.
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What?
Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
What?
Order, order, order. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain on in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
In a black coat.
I saw the blood spatter over I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So, you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Order, as we see in Sam's voice, tell me that's the truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Oh, jeez. I'm dozing off on every third line. This is bad. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Alright, here we go.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
And then it was purple. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by the McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. I love this test. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel.
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Right. Mr. Winniebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence,
says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. So I put my gun on the old fella and soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, felt a sharp pain in the arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened. So I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to be bailed. Had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Sorry. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winniebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off like accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scobbled through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Pursued the man. He shut himself in the storeroom. Could see him through people in the door.
Hold it!
You mean he chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom does a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Looks like I threw it myself that night.
And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winniebank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl was standing here.
Did we press this already? Oh wait, no. This is the middle of a press.
The defendant?
Yes.
Though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back and was trying to flee his safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from the Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this, another smooth... but this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
Objection. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Calm yourself, counsel.
Sorry.
You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Saw blood spatter all over the wretched girl. All over her?
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
Okay.
But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGildage stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Tuscan on people, picked it up, and made my escape. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tag tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutie told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough by God. Wait a minute, no. Wrong voice for him. Well, I was paying you enough by God.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Wow, that was really enthusiastic.
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Wait, who is that? Oh, they're fighting. Alright, that's fine. What statement was this? Oh well, we'll find out,
Like a bull at a gate, aren't you? But I admit to nothing of the sort. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you?
As expected. He won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face.
It's not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel. Well, to pin a crime on this lapel, it won't stick. Not murder, not treason.
Maybe not right now, but you won't be snickering like that forever. What's your feeling, Bruno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you had... Oh, wait. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist's test be acceptable as evidence when Martin Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. Jostling broker, stealing the entrance. Windybank went over the counter because she threw Nash. Pursued the man, shut himself in the storeroom, could see him through the people in the door. The accused, black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Okay.
Hold it!
I mean, that's the moment you were shot. Oh, wait a minute. It was the last statement that had a pursuit in it, right? Well, let's test this first, just in case. Okay.
Hold it!
I'm looking for my pursuit, man. Where's my pursuit? Third gun. Tell me, you know, pawn rookery, scientist in check pocket.
You little toe rag!
Alright, here we go. This is the pursuit I wanted.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this dude's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention a third gun then when he got you down the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing me rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this dude gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Cyrus.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir.
Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me.
These damn poses, man.
See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
Objection. No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winniebanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winniebanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Objection. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Ah! Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
Hard to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
But... Use Mr. Sholmes' especially formulated chemical.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Peroski to starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is a whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accuser who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord. No, my lord. It's been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? At this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ah, jeez. The fire bending is back. That's pretty damning looking.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Who's saying this? Oh, how distressing to be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Get a load of this guy. Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Burley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense. Having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Aw, yeah. Both of them now. At my side in the courtroom. This is sick.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright? I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray, forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Sasato.
From Miss Sasato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Sasato-san. Whatever could it be? Ha! What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah. Hey, Wagai.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not at all cryptic then.
Susato-san used this cat flapper mat
Wait, Susato-san... Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night. But why? Huh. Ah, jeez. You never drink a full glass, man. So wasteful.
Your 5 minutes is over.
But we're out of time already.
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all... The die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan?
Rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Huh. Oh boy. Well, summation examination is like the go-to solution in this event, and for whatever reason, I assume they don't want us to do that because they already call it out as like the predictable move. So, what about time to think? It's no good. I need time to think.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry.
What of Mrs. Sato's gracious gesture?
Wait, is it in my court record? Oh, I can mess with this. Phew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. They can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flapmat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagaha is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Wow. So we can make the teeth come out, but then not much else afterward. Okay, fine. The grim weapon of door destruction. Yes. What a Mrs. Sato's gracious gesture. Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. This is a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. What? Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha.
If the defense has nothing more to add, I think we should proceed to the adjudication.
Hold it. Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
Objection. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
I think the judge did state that it would be paused.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
That animation, man! What was that? That's amazing. I need a gif of that right now. It's Mr. Sholmes! They won't even show us his corpse on the ground. That's amazing, though.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
What was that word? Insouciantly? Insouciantly? That's another... There's a few words in this game that I don't know. Really fancy looking words.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Or Gina. Or Sasato. And I won't waste this final chance that Sato-san's given me. I'm getting antsy. I'm gonna save right now. Even though I'll probably have a chance to save later. This is gonna decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
The moment of the shooting again. New music! Sick! I just want to listen to this for a second. When Windy Bank threw an national encounter, sharp pain in my arm, she pursued the man who showed himself in the storeroom, could see him through the people in the door. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the people. I picked it up and made my escape. Toss the gun out of the people. Huh. Okay, I have like an inkling. I feel obligated to try this just in case this is actually what they're going for. They say they tossed the gun out the people. Maybe they're talking about this thing. Because it came out the people and all that. Let's see.
Objection!
What on earth is that an eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Ooh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Ah.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the Yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see... Well, because I looked through the... Oh, God. There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. As I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. I am scared. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No!
He has to conclude his animation in a different angle.
Objection! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies.
Ugh. Order. Is there any credence in this revelation? Objection. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, cooey, time for dinner.
Meow.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No? But it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flappermat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrators returned to a native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel,
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Hell yeah, she is.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made.
I'm gonna say right here, because I'm scared of being locked out of the opportunity.
Proof that the peephole in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
Do you have pictures? Photograph of Gina. Okay, there's that storeroom door. Yeah, right here. These two photographs right here. I guess the one without the hole in it is the one to present.
Take that!
Take that!
What are you? The print from that detective's infernal cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Mrs. Satomi Kotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded... also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun? Shouldn't it be like, it shows that the accused wielded a gun? Or it shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun? This feels grammatically wrong to me, but maybe it's just a old UK thingy. Anyway. Also shows the accused mercilessly wielded... Oh, wait, yeah, okay, I just read it right. I just read it, yeah. Yeah, got it. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker.
But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Hey, he's in a different position already in the camera change.
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
So much spinning, yeah. Like, the camera spins around Ryunosuke, this guy spun around a bunch. I like the camera around Ryunosuke, though. That's way better than this guy.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes. That's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please.
No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What?
Objection!
Objection! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
he just gets angry. It's like that stupid meme with that really simply faced man. It just gets mad at the end of a four panel comic. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
Oh, even the judge is burning him now. Roasting him. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course, the place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shift so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Objection! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station that I'll put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not at all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. What are we talking about? I'm actually not 100% sure. Well, okay, that's why I thought it, like, Gregson's the obvious choice, but for whatever reason, I'm like, it's too obvious. Okay, well, whatever.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
They were also just, like, whispering amongst each other earlier in the trial, and like, I don't know, it feels a little too obviously seated. It made me skeptical of it. Oh well, guess it's got to be you, Tobias.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Hey, May.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation of this fella, huh?
The way he just eats.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I just remembered something, you know?
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time, I think another thing too, Marvin, is that I kind of like Gregson's design a lot, and I like how he eats fish and chips all the time. Like, I like him as a character, so I didn't want him to be a bad guy. And also, I think I've seen him on, like, the art in the second game, so I thought, like, would he really be a villain if he's still showing up in the same costume the next game? But anyway, we'll see. Mr. Gray and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? All I was giving away confidential details like this bloke.
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
it's becoming clear that jumping in with... It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence? You need evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
I'm gonna say right here. Yeah, the old blackout thinking time. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Well, I'm assuming it's the second disc, so it's either this box or this disc. I'm gonna go with the box.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you gonna know, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this.
I was taking that whatever it is of McGill is down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill is to be taken as evidence now. Yes, I was very charmed by the fish and chips. Look at them. They look so delicious. And he eats them all the time. And they're infinite. Come on. They're cool. He's supposed to be cool. Scotland Yard already knew at that time. Isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No, look at him go.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What was I supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned...
Wait, well, hold on. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious. Then, you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has a second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's gonna agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you're severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student makes defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Yes, search him. Search someone else, or withdraw the request. Am I overthinking this? Is it just a matter of, no, just search him, you'll find it. Or search someone else? Because if he were to search someone else, who would he give it to? I mean, that's the one that would make the most sense. I just don't know who. Like, in terms of, like, plot development and what the story, like, zigzagging usually does. Let's go search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted.
Well,
Or, man, I can't get that well out correctly.
well. Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I got nothing to hide.
Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Objection! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
That animation's so good. That's like Tobias from Arrested Development telling you about the discipline daddy.
Oh, it's all this. I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Of course you never have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you, says... Iris.
Be quiet, all of you! Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his own convictions. Blech. And having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Oh, she's invoking Britain on all of you jerks. It's like saying that this is un-American. Well said, young lady. Oh man, she really reached their hearts with that.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Well, it'd be Ashley itself, right? He's the only one who'd have reason to. Eh? Am I being dumb? I'm afraid that I'm being dumb. Ashley seems like the obvious choice for this. Help me out here, Midge. Currently up on the stand. It's Tobias. It's Ashley. And it's these two crooks. But neither seem to be like particularly like, I don't know. They've kind of followed by the wayside. It'd be kind of weird that they were suddenly in cahoots with everyone. Witness claims he's a professional baddie by trade. No, they're not pickpockets. No, they're more like, well, they earlier in the trial they actually made a distinction by calling them thieves, which are worse than pickpockets. As in, like, they'll invade a property and smash and grab, and like I think that was the implication they were trying to make. They were trying to say like that, like a pickpocket doesn't hurt anybody or something like that. I don't know. Somehow less, it was okay or more okay. I mean, Gina herself is a pickpocket, and she was concerned with getting a disc back. There's also a chance that she stole the disc off of someone. I'm overthinking this so hard. Okay, let's start with the obvious. The person he's in cahoots with, right? That's pretty obvious. Let's check and see if that's it. Did I save already? I'm just gonna do it again. Okay, I think if your pickpocket angle is correct, it would be Gina. If it's not the obvious Ashley pick.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Grade, my lord, the defense demands that he be searched at once.
Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire.
And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Oh shit. Yeah! Oh damn, what a fake out!
Well, counsel,
If I'm not mistaken, I think the same car, I'm sure that's the only person it could be. Who do you request a search now? Well, now all of the tension is gone because it just spit me right back out into here. I was expecting a game over scenario. It's Gina.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Oh no, this is even worse.
good grief, what possible relation could exist between that person and the case, counsel?
Objection!
Objection! It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, I feel penalties physically.
If Gregsy doesn't have the disc at the moment, the question is, where could he have hidden it?
The trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. So there's honestly only one place he could possibly have hidden it then.
Perhaps another person's pocket, someone with him on the stand.
Well, counsel. Whose pockets are available? One of these people, then? Who's he? Nash. He was throttling Nash earlier.
Take that!
Well, good instinct, Marvin. God damn it. I don't know if I like that conclusion. Sell me on it, game. Sell me on it. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Me am.
Very well, then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Hold it. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard,
Has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, in every other Phoenix Wright and Ace Attorney game, people have shouted objection randomly out in the courtroom and people listen to them. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have never played those games. They might influence your actions, but personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! What a weedy time! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
He's been posing like that forever. That is a second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Whoa! Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
No! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Told me noggin was going to fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed my whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Got it right down my ear, he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hid it. You... But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah. Does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. Slipped the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the Inspector.
Objection!
Objection? But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. Well, that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You... What? You son of a bitch! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in us. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence... If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge calm the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon?
Oh god.
What do I even have at my disposal? What's the plan of attack here? Present evidence against Graydon or Gregson. And what do I have? The pawnbroker, the victim, Mr. Winniebank, it's now the Hound of Baskervilles. Let's see. Can we inspect this again now? Who's the other? Second movement. Single tone. Let's do. Will represent evidence again, Gregson or Graydon. What do I do? Let's go, Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal we clearly struck on the stand. Why is this in my evidence? Why is it like this? Why is it so big? I'm bashing around. No, that doesn't help. Pawnbroker's ticket, Moneybank storeroom. Hmm. Man, I feel so out of my depth here right now. Or like I really hope that they don't have this set up where you can get this far and still be wrong. I hope that this is like progress and not just a big fake out. This has his brother's blood on it. I don't know if that would be relevant to him, but hmm. Admit to the deal. Trying to get him to admit to the deal he made. Ah, shoot. I don't know what to do. Try this thing with his blood, with the blood stain on it.
Take that!
What on earth is this, Council?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men.
Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. Really, Counsel, at this stage in the proceedings, I would have expected a more considered argument. The defense will be duly penalized. Ah!
Only struck that deal at the very last possible moment when they were in the stand. What's more, there's no love lost between them, clearly. It was strictly business.
If you think about it, murder and treason are both such serious crimes.
Yes, punishable by death.
So I don't think old Silky's going to admit to either anytime soon, do you?
No, but Gregson, on the other hand, he's just refusing to admit to what happened because he's been sworn to secrecy, out of sense of duty.
I wonder, if Gregsy's lips are sealed because he's determined to do his duty, then perhaps to prise them open. You're going to have to be determined enough to do your duty too, Runo.
Of course, he'd do anything to follow his orders, so...
The jury has indicated its readiness to declare its final findings. I urge you to consider this as your own final deed in this trial, Counsel.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna force his hand here. Okay. I don't like being on my very last bit, especially not knowing how far out I'm gonna be. So, I'm gonna load this save. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Hey? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit that the deal clearly struck the grain. Okay, this track makes a lot more sense now.
Take that!
Duh. Idiot me.
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Yes, with a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
Hold it!
Hold it! No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Objection. Not true, Inspector.
Aye?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message.
Yeah.
We know the Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Oh, crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continued to lie in court, or that you continued to lie to in court, or that you continued to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He's just pouring his drink on his own. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Are we actually gonna let it... Is it gonna hear anything? What are we gonna hear?
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. Alright, a minute. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop. What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together.
That's why he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You... Traitor! Wow! Whoa, what is happening? What kind of an animation is this? What? Hey, what is that? Like the cane would break all the way through before it chokes him out, or at least I would assume. That's crazy. Bailiff, restrain that man at once. That's it then. It's all over. Oh boy. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. Who's talking? Is this Grayson? I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Yeah, it's great. It's Graydon. Did I say Grayson? Graydon. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. That's amazing. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're Finn with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been made a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Who is this guy?
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt for the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money. Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Gilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again.
That's right. An imposter, hired by me.
McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial.
He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. I want to banish you to whence you came. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
The loose end?
Yes. I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs and the music box we need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fee in the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbroker somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina.
I remember now that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second discs he made was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Man, people just shooting each other up in here. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Who gets to talk first? Oh, this is awkward. Somebody talk, please. Someone talk before I knock out and right in my chair.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder.
What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes. I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Grayson? He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah.
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Gated squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! Woo! That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
Hey? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider,
Hey?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Hey? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. We got wrecked today, son. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
But, that's really specific, but okay. But, very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Is this Sato? Is she back? Did she turn around? No.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, me lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you're wanting to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Woo! That's good. Yeah, firework shots. It's like Jubilee and a gun.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Yeah, my throat's starting to get to me.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my retirement from service 5 years ago. Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
Alright, lots of epilogue, lots of denouement. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said now, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Here's always your name. It's odd about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I've figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, and I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, pack it in. I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
You sure are, Ryunosuke. Good job. I love you. We should make out.
Pardon the interruption.
Pardon the interruption.
Oh wait, pardon the interruption. Well, what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice.
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo.
I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity.
Ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling.
Mr. Sholmes!
Ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see.
I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations, Arnolda. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
I've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations on order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal and trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs like that, like that bog trotter, well, rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just keep a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dotes didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in log, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
but diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot, like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison coaches arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
Odo.
Yes? Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Yes, she is. She's soon-sooning so hard right now. There's... Wait, no, well, actually, she's dairying even more. Actually, it's both. It's classic tsundere behavior. Tsundere. Tsundere-eri.
Right, I see. Well... No hat! Thanks, Aldo. Thank you for everything, what you done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. In the next game. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick-purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news? Would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But... There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't... The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London Victoria.
Alright, we're still not done. 6 hours in, we're still not done. Ooh, this is a nice locale.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Sato, where are you? Don't make me examine. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
What are you doing? Miss Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Sato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mr. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, then you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winniebank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think... That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Though thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah.
For which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap?
Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened,
I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Sogi. Asogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean anything? Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may. Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson?
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list.
And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean... Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message.
Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought? But those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Bruno come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. Just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winniebank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill, with the 1L. A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. Or you know that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Mr. Sato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe, no, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Give me some art or cutscenes. Yeah, cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, It feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
No hug.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
I think it's because they just assumed straight away, or they developed this game with the idea that the second one was gonna come like very soon afterward.
On my side.
Because Dai Gyakuten Saiban 2 released pretty quickly after Dai Gyakuten Saiban 1. I think it was like a turnaround of maybe 2 years or less. And now they're packaged together, so great. Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato...
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh? Are? Are?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say... Oh god, that's so weak. Objection! Sick. Well, yeah, this really feels like it is just part 1 of 2. That this, like, there's so many loose ends. In the following weeks, oh shit, something was afoot. Though it transpired I'd ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Damn it, I forgot that they usually give them lines to say.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
That's the end of her lines. Yeah, he probably has the best sounding one in the series. In English, anyway.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koran coins hide under rare sticks themselves. Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father's an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Why are you all still here? That's what killing you does. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings in some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
Yeah, he looks like a final boss of something. Like, he has that, like, Rise from the Ashes guy, Damon Gant. He's got that Damon Gant vibe. The latest Range magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one lie she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Ugh. Oh, at least it puts me to shame. Perhaps. Maybe he is Rugel's brother. He does look like a fighting game character, doesn't he? That guy?
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize a man of the house is his own maid.
Man, the way they present these credits is actually pretty neat. I like the way they've structured this.
My role is back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. We're insufferable.
They were maybe my least favorite witnesses. I can't think of anyone worse at the moment.
Looks like we're going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Well,
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time to plan to come back on Milverton in Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The Three Muscowatsits, milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
yeah, now that's a good trio now. Now all their posing makes sense. I like this. The ghost.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Who are you talking to? Oh, look at them. What a happy little family. Hey, you know what would make Phoenix Wright better? If he just moved in with Sherlock Holmes and his adopted daughter, who is a replacement for Watson. Oh, what's this now? Hmm. I must admit that in the cutscenes, when I hear like Ryunosuke's voice and also Sasato's voice, like they found the perfect people with the weird hybrid, like Japanese accented British English, which is really cool. I like that they bothered. Oh, look at all these jerks. Yeah, that was a jerk. Oh, these two ain't jerks. These two are cool. Yeah, these guys are pretty alright. You know, after seeing that one, like, butler guy become a sailor to, like, travel along with us incognito, I was expecting him to just be in every case, but then he wasn't. Yeah, well, Cosmo's definitely a rival schools character. Look at him. And look at this Russian that would have ice powers in some other property. She's gonna give him the sword? Maybe he'll be having it on his hip now. Yeah. Cool. Is Sato following him now? Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, basically. Yeah, exactly. She's calling. She's called. Oh, wait, I mean, Colleen. I forgot her name in this game, or the character's name in this game. They are working backwards. Man, shoutouts to Janet Shu. Like, she's always the name that gets dropped for like all the localization stuff. She does so many interviews and explains like what they go through to like make it make sense. Kudos to you, Janet. You do some stellar work. Now, I love video game endings like this where they just make sure to show you every character you met. You know, either just doing the thing that you know them for, or ideally having some sort of conclusion to their story. You know, kind of like a protracted Animal House style, like, this is where everyone is now. I like those types of endings. Like, my most favorite and most nostalgic ending in the world is Super Mario RPG. Because it has like 2 or 3 different endings in it. You get the where is everybody now updates, and then at the end you get yourself an electrical parade. And you also have a day parade. Well, the day parade turns into electrical parade. Oh, I don't know what Miyamoto proposed for the ending of GoldenEye. And we're talking about the game GoldenEye, right? He wasn't somehow trying to offer up endings for Hollywood movies, right? That was awesome. I love that little point at the end. Oh, come on. Bond's allowed to kill everyone. He's Bond. Yay! Sick. Oh, I guess that must mean Miyamoto was like trying to like imagine it like the ending of like a production where it's like a rap party then maybe kind of, huh? Just going around telling everybody Otsukare-sama. I can dig that. Like there are like that's essentially what the ending of The Brave and the Bold was, or Batman The Brave and the Bold, and I dug that ending. Okay, I can understand the appeal of a rap party ending. I don't think I've ever seen a rap party ending that I like actively disliked. It's always a viable option if the property's not like super serious or dramatic, I guess I should say. What accolades did I miss? That's all the normal stuff. Yeah, that's all just chapter stuff. Oh, they actually let you see all the places in which you missed it. That's cool. So they give you the tools you need to hunt this shit down. That's so nice of them. Boy, am I glad they do that. Not that I'm out to try doing this anytime soon, because I find it tedious, but I'm just so glad that they give you this help. And who knows, if I find out that something is only unlocked if I get all this shit, I might have to try. But that's for off-stream. Is auditorium just for sounds? Voice recitals. Cool.
Objection!
Ew.
Hold it!
That's alright.
I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
Interesting.
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here.
What an interesting voice and accent this is.
I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Yeah, I like her voice.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask it really. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim.
Yeah, I really like this accent. This is a good accent.
Come true. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to. Prepare for a Susato takedown!
Isn't it? Her voice is so good. I wish I could just have it play on its own. I don't want to have to voice her when that voice exists. I wish I could just hear her read the lines. It'd be so good.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction.
Oh, this guy's aggressive.
So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present His logic and reasoning spectacular.
Where do they say these lines? How come they have these lines that seem to come from the game, but where would they say them?
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close.
There you go.
It would seem the truth. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Objection!
Oh, let's hear what this is like.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Ah, pretty good. Pretty good. I like this.
The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look! I used this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular!
Yeah, she's
Sophie
pretty
was
good.
right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Nice.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
Yeah, I mean, the design kind of looks kind of like it could end up being a Charlotte, but she's too smart. She's not an idiot in canon like Charlotte is.
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
This is an interesting accent too.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
This guy's not bad. I like it.
Objection!
Now, I don't like how, it's too reckless sounding. I want it to be a little more controlled.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Okay, this guy sounds very gravelly and serious.
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Not bad.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
That sounds like such a different person than this person.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to...
This has gone on long enough now.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Nah, but this one's a standout, man.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim.
Like you hear every piece of the culture that embodies her in this voice. It's so good. Wait, what? Oh, that... Wow, they have like little explanations for even that stuff? This sort of compendium stuff is my jam. I love this stuff in video games, man. It's true. Yeah, like, such as just some stellar casting, man. Whoever the casting director was, maybe it was Janet Shu. If it was her, then she's like that much better in my eyes. Wow, so many different cracks at the message display noise. Mm-hmm. I like that. I like that sound a lot. I like how he shows off all of these different other versions of the same thing. Like, here's what we use, but here's also all the crap that I set aside. That's neat. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. Wow. Sick. The Fugitive Frames production line is in full swing. Wait. When does this happen? Am I dipping into the second game's like stuff now?
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
Sick.
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you.
How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
What is this?
It's so interesting that they bothered to record these lines then, because you don't even hear them.
I've felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
It seems like these games got a lot of love, both from the Japanese crew because it was like, hey, this is the most Japanese Ace Attorney yet, but at the same time, I think since it took so long to get localized here, I think they put some extra oomph into this port to be like, that overseas audience is going to be seeing this for the first time. We might as well do it up right. So, I'm glad they did. This is a dang good package of an Ace Attorney game. And I still have a whole other game to get through when I feel like it.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Ah, I don't want that. Yeah, there's a lot to go over here. Music takes a long time, though. I do want to look through the gallery and, like, the movies. I'm willing to let Cosma sound as old as he does, just because it's like, he's the improbably cool, like, mentor character. That's fine. Ryunosuke, I think he would sound better if he sounded younger, but I'm okay with where he is. But at the same time, I guess it really doesn't matter, because you barely hear him in the cutscenes, and those are just lines that they recorded for... I don't know why, but they did. It's fine. I just want to hear more Susato lines, that's all. Let's just watch this real quick. I think this was from like a Tokyo Game Show. Oh man, such high quality. Yeah.
あなたの証言は決定的に矛盾している。そして、そう、むしろ致命的に矛盾しているのです。
Yeah, now that's a good voice for him.
何をなさっているのですか？なるほど様。
ああ、スサトさん。見ての通り、ちょっと張り切っているのです。
張り切って？
来年発売予定の大逆転裁判で奇跡の出会いが待っているのですが、その人物と今日この大法廷で一足早く会えるらしいのです。日本男児としてやり手なところを見せておきたいじゃないですか。
ああ、やる気でございますね。なるほど様。
でもなんだかちょっと怖いですね。夜の大法廷は。
先ほど見物したロンドン島恐怖展もそれは恐ろしゅうございましたから。
佐藤さん、ロンドン中の催し物を調べ上げていますよね。
明日見て回る恐怖展の予定もかっちり組み上げてありますとも。
別に恐怖限定でなくてもいいと思うけど。ところで、さっきから何か聞こえませんか？
そうい
I was wondering about that.
この大法廷、幽霊が出るという噂がございます。
やめてください。ロンドン島恐怖展の直後でやや敏感になっていますから。何者だ！
なるほど。どうやら全て見えたようだ。我が名推理がささやく真実。君の正体はズバリ殺害されたイタリア人のコック長だ。
え？
自分が死んだことにも気がつかず大法廷をさまよっているとはね。 死んだなら死んだらしくその辺に転がっているがいい。死人め。
まさかあなたはあの世界的な名探偵シャーロック・ホームズ
おや、僕のことをご存知なのですか？
様。もちろんでございます。ご活躍いつも拝見しております。シャーロック・ホームズの冒険、船便でお取り寄せして。
処方さ、ほんの初歩的な推理だよ、ワトソン君。
本に書いてあった通りです。
ありえないことを消去すれば後に残るのは真実だけなのだよ。
それも本に書いてありました
でもさっきのべらぼうな言いがかりは何なんだ？
名推理と言いがかりは紙一重の運次第なのだよ。
それは本に書いてありませんでした。
どういうことですか？殺されたイタリア人のコック長って。
実にいい質問だ、コック長君。では始めるとしよう。シャーロック・ホームズの推理を。僕はね、つい先ほど電報で事件の通報を受けてここへ来たのだ。大法廷にてイタリア人コック殺害さる。
I mean, if you just leave the Japanese voices on, you still just hear them say Sherlock Holmes, so you're fine.
異国の技物、刃物といえばもうコック長に間違いない。キラリと光る五つ星は生前の腕前を物語っている。一見かなり東洋人っぽいが地球規模で見れば気にはならない。そして背中に突き刺さったナイフ、とっくに死んでいる証拠だ。故に君はどこから見てもイタリア人で死んでいてコック長だ。なんでもこの大法廷には幽霊が出るという噂らしいよ。
今の名推理、どこから見てもさっきの電報の後付けじゃないですか。
だって背中に深々と刺さっているそのナイフを見れば明らかだろ。
あ、これおもちゃです。
ロンドン島恐怖展の売店で大はしゃぎで買ってまいりました。
まさかとは思うが、今さら死んでないなんて言い出すつもりじゃないだろうね。
死んでません。
しかしイタリア人の死んだコック長でないとしたら君は一体何者なのだ？
はい、僕は弁護士のなるほど龍之介です。大日本帝国から司法を学ぶためこの大英帝国に留学してきました。
私は御言葉すさとと申します。なるほど様をお助けする法務助手でございます。
というのは世を忍ぶ仮の姿、その正体はイタリア人のコック長という可能性はみじんもないのかな。
They've done a bunch of these sorts of like skits for TGS and other things like that, and I love it every time. And there was also this one time, I don't know if you saw it, Marvin, but there was like April Fool's joke where they did Great Ace Attorney but starring all dogs. It was great. I need to find that now.
大法廷。
あ、そういえば裁判所の近くに大法廷というイタリア料理店があるそうです。陸軍に伝わる恐怖の大砲で焼いたピッツァが名物なのだとか。
なんだって。
Oh, interesting that they pronounce pizza like correctly or in that way, because in Japan you call pizza pizza. That's a good guard.
大英帝国の電報なのに日本語のネタってどうなんだ。
それでは今回はこの辺で。今度はゲームでお会いしましょう。
次回もそれは見事な名推理を披露させてもらおうかな。
僕だって大法廷に立って怪事件を見事料理してやります。
では コック長君、うまいカルパッチョを所望するよ。
だから僕はイタリア人でもコック長でもありませんから。
Cool. I guess they didn't include the one with the dogs. I need to find the one with the dogs. I like this look for him. But I guess I should go default for everything. Wait, extra short episodes. Oh. I wonder how these fit in chronologically. Seems like the majority of them could be, like, almost all of them could have been played during the first game. Huh, maybe there's a bonus stream for the interim that I could do where I just go through these. These would be interesting. Oh, that's good to know. Maybe I'll take a little look at those one day. Alright, I think that's enough messing around. I'm randomly getting attacked by sleepiness and just stopping and dozing off for like 5 seconds at a time. Because it's 3:43 a.m. where I am, holy moly. Alright. Well, that was fun. Boy, do I love the Ace Attorney series. What a fun series it is. Hope you guys enjoyed. Hope my random going to sleep times didn't disrupt the flow of the game too much. I feel bad every time, but I really wanted to end the game today, and I did, and I feel good about that, so thank you. We'll see you at the next stream, guys. Next game, next whatever. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this playthrough, thank you so much. If you enjoyed my acting, thank you more. And we'll see you next time. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Oh, I guess I should bother to mention that I'm not going to go straight into a Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve on the same within the Chronicles game or the package. I'm probably gonna take it a little time off and maybe focus on another game to stream or something first. Yeah. Just a heads up. If you're hoping that I would just go straight into it and just power through until the whole package was done, I feel like that's an easy way to make myself burn out, so I'm not gonna do that. Just so you know. Alright. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.